Good morning and welcome, everybody. This is the Committee on Housing and Economic Development. My name is Chip Curry and I serve as the Senate Chair. And we are organized today on schedule. Well, we're a little bit off schedule, but our schedule is to review the quasi-independent state agencies this morning. And then we have some work sessions scheduled. They're scheduled at 11:30. That is definitely kind of based on, that's a guess. That's a guess. But they won't be before 11:30. And then we also have Appropriations Committee scheduled for 1:30 today, where we'll be going over to the Appropriations Committee and hearing, getting the first public hearing of the governor's budget as it relates to housing and economic development. So that's planned for today. Let's do some introductions and we'll get started.
Good morning. I'm Representative Arthur Mingo. I represent District 9, Eastern Washington County.
Good morning. I'm Mark Mallon. I represent House District 133, part of the great city of Biddeford.
Good morning. I'm Representative John Eder, representing District 136, Alfred, Lyman, and Waterboro.
Good morning. My name is Cassie Julia. I represent HD 65, which is half of Waterville.
I am Representative Mark Walker, representing District 84, which is Naples, Baldwin, Sebago, parts of Standish.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Tracy Gear. I represent District 134, which is Kennebunkport and Coastal Biddeford and Kennebunk, and I'm the House Chair of the committee.
Again, I'm Senator Chip Curry and I represent the 26 rural, coastal, and island communities of Waldo County. Sophie Patton is our committee analyst and Sandlin Priest is our clerk. Sophie, you're going to start us off and give us an overview of this morning.
So this morning, you're going to start with the independent quasi reviews. As many of you recall, you held the first round of reviews on FAME and the Maine State Housing Authority on February 12th. Today, you will be reviewing the remaining entities under the jurisdiction of the committee, which are the Loring Development Authority, Midcoast Regional Redevelopment Authority, Maine Technology Institute, Small Enterprise Growth Board, and the Washington County Development Authority. As you are getting passed out, there is a rubric coming around. As I explained last time that we met, this rubric is going to be handed out at the beginning of each review of each entity, and it's for you to take notes on, and kind of has the rubric for what we're looking for during this review. You will also hear from representatives from the entities. And then what we did last week was I came back up after the presentation to help with a committee discussion about the findings of the review. You also have in front of you a manila folder that has the materials from last week's review. And the packets that you want to find are this packet with the cover page that says Joint Standing Committee on Housing Economic Development and has the table of contents at the bottom. That has all of the materials submitted by the entities. And then it's my understanding that many have also brought additional materials such as annual reports. But with that review, I will pass it back over to Chair Curry.
Excellent. Well, I think we'll just work down the scheduled list, going starting with Loring and then going to Midcoast Regional Redevelopment Authority, Maine Technology Institute. I understand there's not a representative for the Small Enterprise Growth Board.
That is correct.
And then and we have Washington County Development Authority on participating remotely.
Yes.
Excellent. So we'll invite Jonathan Judkins up to present on Loring, and welcome back.
Thank you.
Thank you for the 5-hour drive.
It's nice to get down to the civilization here.
Do you have a big shopping list?
You know what? I made my wife promise not to send me anyone this time.
Every time I go to Portland, I am like, hey, I have a big shopping list to come back with.
All right. Remove my name tag, everybody.
Mhm.
Senator Curry's introduction was more than adequate, I'm sure, for everyone. Thank you all first for having me. Good morning, Senator Curry, Representative Gear, and the members of the committee. For the record, I am Jonathan Judkins, the President and CEO for the Loring Development Authority of Maine. Today's report is to talk about our scheduled requirement. Before you is copy of the annual report. Behind it is additional materials that are referenced as attachments on the table of contents, including letters of support and an unaudited 2025 statement. Mooring is no longer a development concept. As we have been working over the last 2.5 years to focus on the resources left behind when the United States Air Force closed the base in 1994, it occurred to me that these taxpayer assets, drastically underutilized, could present key industry sectors towards the future. With that in mind, we focused on 3 tenets: communication, collaboration, and transparency. Those led us to our key industry sectors: aerospace, timber, and agriculture. While I walk through the operating annual report, I will encourage you to take notes and ask whatever questions you might have at the end. We covered, there's a lot of material that I would love to have had time to present to you. But after many versions and iterations, I managed to distill it down to the packet you have in front of you. All right, so you open to the description of the Loring Development Authority's operations. Currently, there are 2 full-time staff members that run the Loring Development Authority, and there are 13 assigned trustees to the board. In 2024, we contracted RHR Smith, the auditing company, and we worked with them to complete our first successful audit under the new transition period. We've taken a lot of their suggestions that they provided to us and implemented them through the 2025 season. And we're looking forward to the results of the ongoing audit that we will have completed in March. Moving along to the acquisitions of over $10,000. The vendors that you see on this list represent vendors that have consistently been used in the past and that have, because of our regional isolation, presented themselves as the only option for these vendors. Include companies like Dead River, E.J. Prescott, the Limestone Water and Sewer District, the Maine Rural Water.
Could you reference what page you're on?
Oh, I'm sorry, page 5.
Page 5, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. The Maine Rural Water Department or New England Utility Management, who operate our Madawaska Dam facility drinking water program. Other vendors that you'll see from last year that have made it through to this year are things like the Municipal Health Trust, the Maine Bond Bank, the U.S. Development of Rural. These are all existing contracts and existing partnerships we've had for a number of years. Other key vendors, such as the town of Limestone, involving in the municipal pilot fees that we provided, have such moved forward in a way that we will no longer be required to pay that to the town of Limestone. As Loring moves forward, it is clear that we, being Limestone and Loring, Limestone is Loring and Loring is Limestone. And as we move forward together, it's anticipated that Limestone will be providing us more municipal services. Specialized heating systems are prevalent through the
I'm
entire.
gonna interrupt that
Yeah.
comment for a second. So Limestone is Loring and Loring is Limestone. What does that mean?
Just that historically Loring has provided all of its industrial municipals. We plow our roads, we mow our sides. Because Loring now has several commercial tenants paying taxes into the town of Limestone, they've elected to no longer charge us the fee for the fire services. They've elected to no longer charge us the municipal fee associated with it. And we're moving towards them providing us those other services like plowing the roads and mowing the sides of the grass.
That's the vision.
Yeah, and they're not opposed to that. As we bring on more commercial tenants and more taxes finally go into the town of Limestone, we will get more services in return.
Thank you.
So specialized boiler heating systems like mechanical services is prevalent through the base. We had several emergency water mains. The infrastructure is dated and was neglected for a number of years. We are increasingly addressing those issues with our wastewater grant and our main rural water partners in relationships to Soderberg's construction company. They provided us those repairs in the middle of February and December. Additionally, we've experienced, in no fault to anyone, an increase in legal fees related to our ongoing Public Utilities Commission case about the water rates. And then the last one listed on the list is a Wright Pierce engineering study that's related to the wastewater treatment grant that addresses the infiltration and PFAS infiltration into the sewer systems. We made no contributions more than $1,000 for fees, gifts, or donations, and there were no changes to our written policy. We made no changes to any special utility districts. We made no changes to acquiring property under eminent domain, and there were no bonds listed. For some reason, those 2 pages got out of order, but moving on to page 7, the 2025 fiscal year brought us a number of new tenants, including Aroostook Ecoblast, Boulevard Graphics, Jack's Property Management, the Lime Rock Country Club, Mark's Commercial Towing, Nexion, Space Force Related Tower, Northwoods LLC Ground Stations, Royce Service Center, a new owner operator for the Bunker Inn, and Aero Intelligence, commercial MRO and aviation airplane manufacturer.
I'd like to back up for a second
Yeah.
in terms of one of the things we've noticed with one of the other quasi independent agencies is they had previous practices where they had a long list of things on their items over 10,000 that didn't go through a procurement process. And they changed some of their policies. They tightened things up so that this year there was far fewer things on it. And I'm wondering, some of the things on this list appear to be kind of basic business functions like your payroll
Yeah.
process. And I just would ask the question is there something in the procurement rules that is onerous in order to follow them? And rather than to send out to procurement.
Yeah, so to answer, from my limited experience, I've been in my position for 2.5 years now. The process for getting the competitive quotes is not tedious or cumbersome. It's honestly, we have a lack of choices in the far north.
I hear that absolutely, but some are distant organizations,
Yeah.
in term that serve the whole state. And,
Yeah.
and so I guess I'll wonder, I'll ask the board and you all to think about, are there
Yeah.
things that have historically just done and added to the list that you could that you can fit into the standard procurement rules?
Well, I agree. That's chief among one of our initiatives that the board's been is intensive financial review of our policies and procedures
Mhm.
and a much needed update on our standard operating procedures across the board.
And I say that with respect, knowing there are 2 staff and 13 volunteers.
We're we've certainly been able to make a difference because people want to see Loring succeed.
Mhm.
And they're willing to sacrifice their time. And time is the one commodity that we should never spend frivolously.
Thank you.
With that in mind, I'll keep flipping right along. There's a lot of material. So some of the key initiatives for us have been around the workforce development area. So Manzer Drive is a good example of the progress we've made. When our vendor, Jack's Property Management, took over Manzer Drive, there were 14 units available. To date, there are 37 units available. Now, these units are a combination of 3 and 2-bedroom housing units that were left in disrepair by the previous manager.
Right.
So, as you develop the business, you have to have a place for people to live. You'll need associated businesses, gas stations, grocery stores, daycares. These are key in our initiatives as we move forward, that it's foolish to grow something without any repercussions to what the community might have to face. The timeline listed on page 9 breaks down some of the events that we did as we ended 24 and into 25. Some of the key initiatives on this list are a utilities and water and sewer utility restructuring. Historically, Loring has subsidized the water and sewer rates, the sewer by 80% and the water by up to 94%. As we move forward towards sustainability, we understand that everybody has to pay their fair share. And for our tenants and our residents to pay the bill for an Air Force base that was built for 1 million people is an unrealistic goal. So a transitional period is key. We're hoping that all of our vendors and all of our tenants and the PUC, we're hoping that we can come to an agreement that serves everybody, including the taxpayers of Maine. The infrastructure and the capital deployment, we had been awarded previously money for our wastewater treatment plant. That was to address the infiltration of groundwater into the system. We were cleaning a tremendous amount of clean water that was getting into the pipes through the breaks. Phase 1 through 5 was completed over the 2003 to 2009 period. And then there was a period of stagnancy while we fundraised for additional phase 6 through 10. We're currently on target to complete 6 through 8 with our existing funding, but the lack of without additional funding, we will not be able to complete the entire project, and we're actively seeking that. With renewed interest, not only for the groundwater infiltration, but because of many contaminants like PFAS that it might carry forward. We are cognizant of our environmental impact, and we'll continue to work towards mitigating any issues. So in May of 25, we experienced year 1 of Operation Northern Phoenix. It is a joint exercise between the Maine Air Guard and the New Hampshire Air Guard. It saw them reactivating the Loring runway so that they could continue to practice. Their unit's mission is to turn dry creek beds, abandoned rails, roads that have been abandoned, emergency runways. In the process of reviewing options for training, one of the New Hampshire Air Guard is from Maine and realized that a 2.5-mile, 300-foot runway was left unused. He approached me in early April. By the end of May, we had a plan in place. He approached me in early March, and by the end of April, we had a plan in place. May 2nd through the 5th, we had multiple C-130s do touch and goes. We had firefighter units, and it led to a lot of interesting things. The attention that garnered was key in us securing additional contracts with the 109th from New York, which is a ski C-130 unit that delivers Arctic deployment, including trips to Greenland and the Arctic circles. They actually completed that exercise the first week of February this year. It was a really cool experience for everybody to be part of. And as long as the post-action reports go well, they'll most likely be back next year. The value of these partnerships is in saving of taxpayers money on a federal level. So by allowing our 109th and our 260th teams to come here and perform these activities on a public infrastructure, we find ourselves in a situation where, for example, the 109th doesn't have to fly 16 hours to Greenland to do the testing, or 31 hours to the Arctic Circle. They can fly 2 hours and recreate those conditions at Loring, thus saving a tremendous amount of resources and time. These are the key initiatives that we're looking forward to exploring and building upon along the lines with our military partnerships. We would invite you all to Operation Northern Phoenix Year 2. That is boasting multiple C-130s, multiple B-52s, F-18s, helicopter incursion, and security forces. It'll be operational from June 7th through the 12th. As we moved into the 26th period, we worked towards governance and utility risk elimination. For example, we're working actively with the Limestone Wastewater Treatment Board so that they can take over our processing. That conversation is going well. We're motivated towards seeing that agreement modified. That, again, takes the burden off the taxpayers of Maine and shifts it to the ratepayers. The ongoing conversations with the FAA and the NIPIAS process continues, including our applications and advancements of the airport materials and facilities. This last summer, we had our runway painted. We've had taxiways painted and patched, as well as we've had additional airport equipment relocated to Loring through our partnership with the Presque Isle International Airport. We continue to work on our sustainable task force. That includes the advisements that were given by the governor in the 2023 reports. This sees us focus on reuse, resource reuse and restoration. And along those lines, Steve Levesque's marketing and collaboration task force that allowed us to get access to the OLDCC grant, the Communities Defense Grant. It allowed us to conduct an electrical study, a workforce assessment, and pass and complete the Airport Master Use Plan. We're looking forward to the next phase that includes the Federal Foreign Trade Zone, as well as the onboarding of a fuel farm outside of the DC hangar, as well as additional airport resources, including lights in partnership with a tenant that will be testing lighting for the German military and the U.S. Air Force. Page 11 now. The space industry, we continue to collaborate with the Maine Space Corporation. Loring sits on the board, Maine Space Board, and those initiatives that we get to be part of and get to offer our input on just remind me that why I started this role that I'm in now is the answer needs to be, well, why not? Why not Maine? Why not Loring? There is no reason that these public infrastructures and these resources should not be at least considered in the process for this aerospace industry. We continue with our infrastructure improvements, including a roads project that is slated to begin in the spring. That will see all of our 4-lane roads converted into 2-lane roads with sustainable ditching on the side. And finally, our community-based education collaboration in partner with the Maine School of Science and Mathematics is yielding additional results. We recently collaborated and partnered with them on Rocket and Space Engineering Club that will see them using our test cell for experiments along the way. So finally, page 12, it gives you a brief summary of what we're looking for and the path forward. As you all are aware, I'm sure the governor has in the supplemental budget 100% job increment financing for Loring for the next 5 years. What this represents is an opportunity for us to address all of our budget shortfalls, as well as make progress towards sustainability. At the end of that 5-year process, Loring is expected to be able to sustain itself without additional tax revenues. Finally, I would like to thank you all for the opportunity to speak with you today. Loring has a history of being of service. And that is the goal, is we continue to want to serve the people of Maine and be a good steward of the resources that we are given. You'll find in the attachments a list of all of our current tenants. And additionally, you'll find in your packet our unaudited financial report for the 2025 period and a list of letters of support from our local business partners, including Green for Maine, Haste to Maine, and the town of Limestone.
A couple questions. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Judkins. Was the 2024 audit findings,
Yeah, so
Any
that's
findings or-
attached to the packet I submitted
okay.
originally
okay.
to the state. No, there were no concerns. All of the suggestions that the auditors provided to us were of operational nature.
And I didn't see any policies included in this. Maybe they're in the packet, the other packet, the policies for procurement that you have to, did you share those also? I'm not sure. Sometimes we get those, sometimes we don't.
If it's not in the packet that I submitted, I'll make sure you get a copy.
Okay.
No
great.
problem.
Thank you.
There were no changes from the previous year.
Great. Great. And we have a couple new members that have joined us. If they could introduce themselves. Representative?
Morning, I'm Grayson Lochner, represent House District 113, which is part of Portland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Rick Bennett. I have the honor of serving the people of 14 towns in Western Maine in the state Senate, comprising parts of Cumberland, Oxford, and Androscoggin counties.
And I also heard the invitation to come up in June.
Please.
That would be incredibly exciting.
Yeah,
to
and
come up.
if you can imagine, year two is impressive, but what comes after with this military unit is very impressive, including an engineering company. And you know, it's proof that this resource is not done. We're not done with Loring yet.
Could you speak to the relationship? What's the status of the relationship with Green for Maine?
Yeah.
I know they have an option to purchase more,
Yeah,
assuming they meet certain metrics on
right.
job growth. And how is that relationship going? It's an interesting thing to do oversight for Loring, knowing that part of it has been, and maybe a significant part of it is going to be off that, off
right.
those books and
That's
in the
right.
private development
Yeah.
world. So can you speak to that relationship?
yeah, absolutely. So the Green for Maine transaction represented a systematic shift in Loring's perspective. Our goal is to get these properties into the hands of commercial and private developers so that these former public assets can be reused in a private way. Green for Maine is a commercial real estate agent, a commercial real estate developer out of the Portland area. They have been on campus since 2023. They continue to bring businesses in. Recently, they've had the announcement about the data center. They continue. That is not a small feat. They did get a tremendous value in the parcel of land they bought. The additional acquisition of more parcels of land will require job creation, business creation, space metrics related to the bringing of jobs and the reflection on the JTIF. That next milestone date is June 30th of this year. So we will know more as of July 1 about their plans moving forward. We are still very optimistic. There's value in the buildings they acquired, and for the right person and the right situation, we will find that they will be a tremendous asset to Aroostook County. Their focus right now is around the data center and workforce housing. And you will find a letter in the packets that outlines in their words what they're moving forward.
Great. Thank you. Representative Mallon.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, and, impressive work that you guys are doing up there. Really appreciate that. This question will not impact my view on you meeting your statutory requirements, but about the data center. Have folks with the authority or other community members that you have been working with or partnered with express any concern about the potential impacts of that data center, environmentally in terms of the energy usage and other downstream concerns that many communities across the country have had about these centers?
Yeah, yes is the short answer. As you all know, these are a tremendous hot topic item. The Board of Trustees has been clear with the Green for Maine team, though, that the public's understanding is essential to this project moving forward. So there were a lot of questions that were raised that were unanswered, that now Green for Maine has provided some information, either that they will be disseminating to the public or they have already disseminated the project around the business and their operations. The proposed data center is a company called Liquid Cooled. And while Green for Maine talks about the nature of the relationship and answers some of the questions, they defer to the company for the technical specs.
Chair Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yeah, this was a very comprehensive presentation. I appreciate it, Mr. Judkins. Two questions. One is, what is the status of the PFAS concern and the risk that that represents?
Yeah, so Loring's lucky and because this is going to sound very strange, when they closed the base, it was in the 90s. So a lot of the triple F foam had been removed from my hangars. The bulk of the PFAS that we find on Loring is a legacy contaminant from the fuel and the de-icing agents that were used in the course. We have very little new PFAS infiltration to the systems. Most of it is in the groundwater around the runway and where the planes would have jettisoned their fuel in the event of an emergency. We are cognizant of it. We've had several vendors approach us about potential PFAS remediation and partnerships. We understand that this is a pertinent issue and it is relevant. We were lucky enough to partner with the Maine Biology and the Game Wardens for them to come up and do helicopter moose tagging with a company out of New Zealand who was probably the scariest pilot I've ever seen in my life. It was quite a thing though, and the point of their exercise was to capture these moose and test them for PFAS, to see if it has been getting into the plants and then being eaten by the animals. And they did confirm some of that, although I don't know the levels of which, but
Is there a hunting ban?
I'm sorry.
Is there a ban?
So around the area of Loring, there's federal wildlife refuge all around. There's very little areas that is available for hunting.
Mhm.
But as those animals migrate, there's concern about moose being in their blood and then people eating moose.
Right.
Like anything, as these, legacy environmental problems rear their heads, at some point there will be an approved cleanup method and we'll comply at that point. We continue to look for ways while the decision is being made about how to handle PFAS.
Is that funding do you have access to federal funding because of the base that they will engage in that?
So
Or
it is a
that-
super fun site, yeah. And there's a lot of talk about it right now, even on that federal level. We're lucky enough to be partnered with Sean Eldridge and the U.S. Air Force's cleanup team. They're tremendous at what they do. This last year, our municipal shop building, 8260, it was the former jet engine building, had tremendous levels of PFAS in it because of the jet engine test cells. They were testing the engine's fuel being spilled. The Air Force remediated that floor at no cost to the Loring Development Authority. So they came in and drilled boreholes and they took out the soil and they replaced it all. And it's just reaffirming their commitment that they're not going to leave us with these problems forever.
Check here.
And one additional question. You might be aware that on this committee, we deal with housing and economic development, and
Yeah.
the two are inextricably tied together, as you highlighted in your presentation. One of the business opportunities that I think we have broadly, not only in Maine, but across the country, is really ramping up the offsite construction methodologies for housing. So modular and panelized and other types of construction that can be done. Have you had any inquiries from companies who might want to do that at Loring? And if so, what is the status of those inquiries?
Yeah, so part of my long-term strategic plan has been around workforce housing that then we can convert to assisted living facilities. So we know that immediately we need workforce housing, and we've recently partnered with a tiny homes company to come and install 25 of these. And again, this is it's on private land, private entity. We're only facilitating as a municipality in partnership with Limestone. They're going to install 25 of these essentially worker pods, one bedroom, two room units that have direct access to the street that the Taste of Maine potato chip plant is going on. As our funding increases, we intend to resurrect the Tennessee Circle complex, which is 44 units that are not occupied right now. They're sitting vacant. And, with the structure being what it is and the cost of building materials, it's still substantially cheaper to rehab these facilities than to build new facilities. And that paired with, we know that we're experiencing a bed shortage now in assisted living, and that the generation that will be going into assisted living, there are 15.5 million more of them. So we're going to need 15.5 million more beds and medical professionals. And with that kind of mindset in mind, these workforce housing can easily be retrofitted to that kind of living, as long as medical facilities are close by.
And the other question was, any companies that actually do the construction, offsite construction, modular housing companies like the tiny home company, has there been any interest in establishing a company like that at Loring?
There's been a few that have come and worked that would like to work directly with Loring. The current one that we're working out is working with the town of Limestone on a piece of privately owned land. They are from the West Coast. Much like the conversation we're all having here today about the potato chip plant and about Aero Intelligence, the aviation company, the chip plant's going to need somewhere between 40 to 100 workers. The aerospace company already needs 40 workers and could balloon up to 175 jobs. These are real problems, and these are good jobs. So while I understand the value of having some of that workforce housing, I also know that it'll be a boon to the surrounding communities as these people look for forever homes. So yeah, it is. We're cognizant of it. The developers that we've been working with are motivated. There is no shortage of land at Loring that could be converted and utilized in a way that 5 years from now, it'll look like a different creature altogether. I promise you that.
Representative Julia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I always forget that part. Hi there. Thank you. I always love your presentation. This is great. So I'm just curious, piggybacking on something you said previously, is it a goal to have Loring be a destination for us people who are looking for assisted living? Is that the vision? Because it's kind of a neat vision if it is.
It's a combination of things. As I'm looking at it, strictly geographically from the campus, we have a golf course and beautiful walking trails and world-class hiking and recreational trails. And for me, it's not a far reach to say, where would I want to go? In the event that my kids get tired of me and want to push me in the ocean. I want to go somewhere where at least I will have a peaceful place, and Aroostook is peaceful.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Mr. Judkins? So good. Thank you very much. Thank you for making the
Happy to
trek.
be here. Thank you, guys. And looking forward to seeing some of you guys at 1:30.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Glad we did that together. Yeah. Oh,
So Senator Curry, last time we did this, you and Representative Gear kind of, led the conversation with the committee about going through the rubric, and a committee discussion. Basically, the point of the rubric and the committee discussion is to determine if you feel that the LDA has demonstrated they've met the requirements, provided by statute. If you have, it's a straw poll of hands. And then, the ultimate product will be a letter to GOC, stating that you've conducted your review and your findings.
does any member have any questions or concerns regarding saying whether stating that we believe that they have met the standards of the statutory standards? We're good? To entertain a motion to that all this committee is that this committee indicates that they believe the Loring has met all standards under the review.
So moved.
Second. All those in favor? Thank you very much. Look forward to seeing you at AFA.
Hope you all come on June.
Would love to.
It's gonna be awesome.
I heard a promise there were plane rides involved. So our next quasi-independent state agency is the Midcoast Regional Redevelopment Authority, and I'll ask their representatives to come forward. And do we need
Sandlin will come around with, another copy of the rubric, and it looks like they have additional materials.
excellent. Thank you, gentlemen.
Good
Thank you.
morning.
Welcome back.
Good morning. Thank you, Senator Curry and Representative Gear, members of the committee. I'd like to start. My name is Dan Stevenson. I am the executive director of MIRA. I've been on board approximately 11 months now. We've had a lot of change. So it's my first time in this capacity in front of this
I'm
committee.
sorry, I thought I'd seen you before.
You
so I
have.
said, okay.
You've seen me before because I've been doing economic development in many communities around the state for 25 years. So I've been here in a different capacity. This is a new capacity for me here. What I was hoping I could do, because it's my first time here in front of you, is to be brief, also touch on what we need to do for statutory. But I was hoping what I could do is start with existing conditions, immediate needs that we had to address since I showed up in 2026, because there was a number of bills that directly affected us. And then talk about our procurement and that we're in compliance with procurement as set out by statute. And then what I was hoping I can do is just go to a summary I'll point out the page and just walk through 2026. If you're comfortable with that, clearly I'm here for any questions that you may have as well. I showed up here in March, and I actually want to give a shout out to Representative Dan Angeles, because on my third day is when I met him, and he was working a bill that directly affected MIRA. I worked closely with him and town officials right through the legislative session, so we could work hand in hand and not have any kind of conflict around that. And why am I saying that is because I think something that this committee probably wants to know from existing conditions is where are we right now with respect to foam and PFAS because of that release that happened a year ago. There's two things happening around that. The first thing was Representative Ankley's bill with the committee approval and then made it into statute, but timelines on when we had to remove the foam and how we would do continuing testing. We are in compliance with that as well. We've also since entered into a consent order with EPA to follow those guidelines as well. The good news with that is the EPA, so pleased with the work we've been doing, did not fine us. That's hardly ever heard of. We're very pleased about that. So what did we get done since I showed up in March? We have 4 hangars, hangar 4, 5, 6, and 7. The release had happened in hangar 4. I don't think I need to go into the detail. I think most people in there probably know exactly what happened. We still had AFFF foam concentrations on hangars 5, 6, and 7. Trying to get rid of that stuff is very difficult. We decided to take a very creative approach. We followed every lead we could. We were able to get a lead, interestingly, from the U.S. Navy that said the Army's looking for some of this stuff for testing. And we say, we'll gladly give it to them. And we did, they took a whole bunch of that stuff out of hangar 5. They didn't take it all because it's a certain concentration that they needed. We put an agreement together. Board approved it. They come up, took it. That was step 1. Now we had 2 more hangars with this stuff out there. It just so happened we caught a lead. American Airlines had a release in a hangar, a commercial hangar, and they needed stuff immediately. At first, we thought, is this a joke? It was not. We were able to contact them, and we were able to negotiate a sale price for that of $250,000. We used a similar process because we have to also hire a qualified firm. In this case, we used ECT2 to drain that stuff. There's very few firms out there that can do any of that stuff, that have the licensing to do that. So we met all the appropriate protocols, and that was removed this summer. So by the end of July, all AFFF concentrate is removed from this campus, those hangars. We also have our fire suppression system because it needs to be safe in all the hangars. We have an approved plan by the fire marshal's office, as well as the fire chief of the town of Brunswick. So now what's next? Well, I hear Representative Gear brought up PFAS. Since PFAS has hit the CERCLA list, it's a problem everywhere, not just on our campus. But we continue to work with DEP, EPA, the town, and the Navy. And part of it is cleansing those systems because you can have rebounding effect in those systems. We have a choice. We can either look at replacing them or we can cleanse them. And we're working with EPA and DEP on that right now. The problem is to cleanse a system like in Hangar 5, that's $500,000 for one cleanse. $3.5 million to replace it. So you can see we need to be creative at how we deal with this. We're trying to look at different ways that when we do testing, because we're doing ongoing testing on the hangars, and we are trying to be really creative, and maybe there's a way to do filtration systems, but we work regularly with DEP and EPA. So the good news is I can unequivocally say you cannot have another foam release on campus. So we feel very good. And then we're in compliance with statutory compliance on that. So that's existing conditions of where we are. The other thing members may know as well, during that time, I think there were some strained relationships. I thought it was important when I came on board to reach out immediately, rebuild strained relationships with organizations in the community, with town officials, with our legislative delegation, with the Navy and regulatory agencies. And we've done just that. On top of that, Senator Daughtry had submitted a bill that basically rejiggers our board makeup. So we're working through that now with the governor's office. And in short session, working with the governor's office and then Senate approval, we will have 6 new board members. And as you can see, that's a significant makeup of a 13-member board. But we're trying to work hand in glove with them to really get the the board, a full board up and running. Hopefully by April is our goal there. So that's where we are under existing conditions. I think it's something to understand how daunting it is when you inherit 26 miles of roads that are in pretty rough condition, all the drainage that's below all of those roads, an airport, a golf course, we're water utility, nonprofit electric utility, no taxing authority, and no land use authority. I think most of you know that. We're trying to be creative. And as part of being creative, and I'll get to that in a moment about how we're looking at generating revenue and moving forward. One of the things I thought was really important when I showed up, we need to reassess and look at who we are as an organization and staffing. Working with the board, we eliminated a position. We created a couple of positions in order to align this organization. It's a mature organization now, align us as a redevelopment authority that can finish the job through BRAC that was initially laid out to do. So we're still in the process of that. We've just finally hired the last person, and I feel we're in a position with the board for 2026 to really get rolling again. As you can imagine, last year and all the year before was very difficult for the organization and the community because of that release. So with that, I thought I would then move on to talk about statutory requirement on the list of.
Before we get into that, because I appreciate your presentation and I think, I know I had those questions as well. So, in terms of, who we are as an organization, who are we as an organization today? Can you speak more to how maybe the new positions,
Yeah.
that you hired for, you created, that might give us some indication as well.
So I think the way to look at it, right, is we're set up as a redevelopment organization. And around the country, they call them EDOs around the country. They're very common in large cities. Sometimes you see like downtowns have these other organizations, especially in large cities, that will take on a piece of organization. Sometimes they do it in small counties around the country. Here, with 3,000 acres, and also at the time when Steve Levesque was there and Jeffrey Jordan, and really had a lot more, work to do, establishing a redevelopment authority is very important, because then you just hone in on a lot of steps that have to happen. And typically it's with limited resources. You got to get the work done, and you need to be creative, working with the state legislature and local organizations to get the work done. And I was pleased when I got here at how much of the work had been done. So what I'm saying at this point is we need to finish the work. Through the BRAC process, we weren't established, at least in my opinion, to go on forever.
Right.
There's an end date. You want to be able to finish this up. But part of you getting to that end date is you need the remaining land from the Navy to be transferred over. You want to develop it because, as you know, on a Superfund site, there's some types of activities you can't do. You're precluded from doing, like housing in certain areas, because of the soils and legacy contamination issues on the campus. And we continue to work with the town because we want to transfer all those roads over to the town. We want to get out of the utility business and eventually be an airport authority. That's how I see it in the next decade. And that's
the vision 10 years from now.
That's correct. That's my vision, and that we want to
become
get
an airport authority, and the redevelopment has been kind of fully fleshed out.
That's correct.
Excellent.
That's the goal. Now, as we know, things happen, recessions and things. But some of you may have known my background. I worked as an ED director in Biddeford for a long time, really helped to work to turn that city around with you can't do it alone. I spent another 8 years in Westbrook doing the same thing. And prior to that, I worked at DECD for a decade. So I understand it from a policy level, and I understand it from a practitioner's level. And so those who know me know I get pretty excited about this stuff. But it's also pretty challenging. What I thought was really important, what I'm calling 2026, is a due diligence year. One of the things that I've noticed when I got on board that's highly important, and which is good in your packet, which you have, we're taking a look in 2026 at every single lease we have. We're going to update them. We're going to look at where we are, because our absorption is about 95%. That means we can start generating more revenue from our leasing. We don't have to have as much discount. But you got to look at leases by use. You got to look at by building condition, right? And you got to look at the types of uses we want in there to maximize income for us, so we can run the operations of our organization. Number two, also our procurement policy, and you can see in your packet, we are working right now with legal to go through every document, including the employee handbook, so we can make sure those are updated in 2026. As a matter of fact, after we get those done through legal and updated with the board, I will make sure that they're sent to you. The goal is to get that done this year as well. So we're doing a lot of that due diligence to get stuff updated in 2026. Also, we're putting out RFPs that are already approved in our budget by the board to get some environmental services to support us. So we can have, I can't afford to have someone on staff to do that right now, but I can hire a firm to work with us as we continue to work with our regulatory agencies, as we make decisions, and especially important right now with the PFAS issue that's happening. Also, we got approved $250,000 to put out another RFP in 2026 to really know the condition of our road systems. The problem I noticed when I showed up here is we just have piecemeal. This road that is in this condition, this is in that condition. It's very difficult to go after grant funding, CDS funding, when you don't have updated due diligence to know exactly what you need and in the order of which to do them. The town is 100% on board with this. We're going to partner with them. We're going to fund it. We're going to partner with them on how we get that done. So then when we start going to implement in 2027, we'll have a much better idea at the sources of revenue to go through and work with the town to start getting those streets off of our books. The other thing and this is more in my history, in my wheelhouse, is we have about 8 properties right now. We're gonna do due diligence around those. We're not doing one-offs with those anymore. We're gonna know, any encumbrance on any one of these properties due to, you might know what a FOST is. It's when we get, it's the transfer of property from the Navy that has encumbrances on what you can do with it after they're done with their testing. Also where the utilities are, no different than I would done in my past jobs. And then we will put out a broad net RFP to attract developers, not just from Brunswick, but from all over the state. So we can move forward at a little quicker rate on the redevelopment process. I think we're a little behind because of what happened, and I think we need to get a little catch up going. But I'm a fan of due diligence. I work regularly with the board. I work regularly with the town, the Navy, and the regulatory agencies. We've been transparent since I've showed up. We make sure every time something happens on this campus that's significant, we notify every person on the campus, the town, and our legislative delegation. And I've gotten really good feedback from that. I've also committed to present to the town quarterly at what we're doing to continue to build trust as we move forward and to partner on things that we think we can partner on. Does that help a little bit on that explanation?
That does. I'm actually trying to find, because look at the documentation that you sent, that starts on page 30. Is that what we have?
Yeah, so in your packet, there were additional materials that were provided, which are the policies and donations, which is a separate packet.
Yeah,
Okay.
But then in your packet, you have the procurement report, which the subject line is the government accountability report.
Yep.
And then the additional materials that were provided is more of the redevelopment achievements and some background. This is my understanding.
Yep.
Thank you.
And one of the things too that we want to change next year, so I think we come every 2, if it's short session that we come, is that correct? So I'm jumping ahead just a tad, but one of the things we're going to implement this year is called a BRE program. It's Business Retention and Expansion. And why that is important is because we use CRM, right? Customer Relations Software Program. If we set that up right, we can, when we go out and meet with our companies, we can then have real-time information on jobs. We don't have to just start collecting the stuff at the end on what their needs are. And then when if we set it up right, we can then spit out reports that I think will have more visuals in them for you when I come back next time. We just weren't set up to do that since I've been on board, but I'm hoping we can come with a summary that demonstrates that it's something that's more digestible. And you can just really move through it at an easier pace. That is my commitment to you for the next time I come before you. And that we will achieve that through a BRE system. When it comes to this report, we had someone had brought up, it might have been you, Senator Curry, the list that we were able to put together above the 10,000 were 5. The first one is we have an FBO. I'm sorry, this is the one that starts with Honorable Senator Daughtry. This is the procurement document.
It's the one that's in the big folder that you were provided.
Yep.
It is page 31, 32 of that packet.
Yep. Thank you.
Yeah.
And so we have essentially 5 of them. The first one was just an option to renew it, and we just renew the option with those. They had the right to renew it or walk away, and we renew that contract, and the board approved that. The second one, many of you probably know this, when you buy large pieces of equipment, in order to keep your warranties for their equipment, they're like, we're the only ones who services them. No one else services our own equipment. That helps us with our warranties. Number 3 is self-explanatory. That's the emergency after the release. Number 4, we were able to use the town of Brunswick's RFP process. When we procured, we just used their process and they extended it to us when they were doing striping in the community. That's also in line with our existing procurement property. And then we got a real scare in October. We found, remember I said we have 26 miles of road? Our plowing company went bankrupt. And they said, it's not that we're getting rid of you, is that we're going out of business. So we scrambled, was able to get 3 quotes, and most of them doubled what we had in the budget. Crooker was able to come in, they were the lowest quote. We went through that process. We deemed that an emergency because trying to secure a plowing contract in October is nearly impossible. And then one thing that's really exciting that we do is we have a charitable foundation and we use a process each year. We have $25,000 and they come in and we read through them and look at them and try to give back to the community. And that's just a listing of how they came out this year.
Thank you.
Then on the summary, it's like 13 pages, one of the things I will change because I think it might be confusing is I think we have a little too much history in there. And it's like, oh, did you create 2,500 jobs this year? Oh, it looks like you did over the course of the year. Starting the next time I come before you, what I think I can do visually is a juxtaposition to say this many jobs are here. And then look, this is what we've done in the last 2 years. And I think that'll be easier to explain. It'll be easier. I just didn't get it done for you this year, but I will commit to you that will be done the next time we're before you. If
Can you
you go,
reference what document you're in?
yeah, I'm sorry, this is our annual report to you.
Separate packet, dated February 9th, 2026, subject line annual report of Mira for the year
Thank you.
ending December 31st.
Thank you.
And if you're willing, what I didn't want to do is go through this page by page. What I would like to do at this point, if you're okay, is just go to page 11. And just a couple of things right out of the date. You have our audit, it's clean. We have a copy of that. We didn't have findings in that audit. No properties by eminent domain, and we did not issue any bonds. I will say this, though, in 2026, we are looking at issuing a bond, but that wouldn't be until the report, till the next, to the next short session. If you look at letter G, these are the goals that we're looking to do moving forward in 2026. Clearly, some of those are going to spill over into 2027. I already touched on that we're going to have 6 new board members in 2026. The next line down is I talked about, we did a complete reorganization of internally that I thought we needed to do with board approval in order to set our organization up to get better efficiencies and to really function as a redevelopment organization. We have an existing credit enhancement agreement with the town of Brunswick. It has a cap on it of $15 million. If that cap goes away, we're in serious financial trouble. The town is fully aware we're asking them to remove the cap. I'm getting some very positive feedback. I already spoke once in front of the town council about this in order to remove that TIF cap, because we generate $6.5 million in new property taxes on that campus annually. And with that, when we get some of that tax sheltered money back, we can put that into the roads eventually, where the town's going to accept them anyway. So they see that public benefit. So we're going to be working with them on this, on that this year. I talked about this too. We're going to review every single lease we have. I think we're at a point now where we can start generating more revenue through leases. That's a bit of work. We're working with legal on it, but I think it's going to set the stage for a successful run 2026, 27 and beyond. I talked a bit earlier about a BRE program. Those who know me know I am high on BRE programs because you talk directly to businesses. They tell you their exact needs, and then you know how to plug in public resources to partner with them. We've been doing this for quite some time in my career. I just hired a new deputy. She's in the back of the room. It's Ashley Rand. And Ashley put together and implemented the BRE program in Westbrook. That's still in place today. They're very successful, done well. And if we do it right, we expand it regionally. And that's great for economic development. And one of the things Representative Geer talked about, because I agree with you, housing is directly tied to that. And we can start capturing some of that data real time. It just takes a while. When it comes to housing on campus, we're pretty tapped out, I'll be frank. There's 2,200 units. The type of land that we have left is just really not conducive to putting more housing. Most of it, if you come on campus, you know it's front loaded at the front end. I will say this, unfortunately, I wish there was more affordable housing in there. Developers Collaborative did do one. That probably would have been a LIHTC deal because that was a Kevin Bunker deal. I've done deals with Kevin before. He does great work. We just don't have a lot of room left on campus to do housing at all. And part of it is due to land use restrictions. So, we are looking at creative ways to drive revenue. So, we are looking in 2027 to have a 2 to 3 day music festival on campus. We have the room to do so. When I first floated this to the council and to my board, I thought I was going to get my head lopped off. To my surprise, it's really well received. Now, the devil's in the details. We're actively working right now with a contract with Tri-State Collaborative. And we have an attorney that's an expert in how we do these types of leasing. But this is something that could drive significant revenue annually. What does that look like? I don't know right now, but it's certainly north of $100,000 a year. We're tied at the hips with the town on this, and they're very supportive right now. So there'll be more on that coming forward. The Blue Angels are coming this July. For what it's worth, this is a legacy issue. Do you know what it drives for revenue for us? Less than $30,000. It's not a big revenue driver for us, but it's a big boon to the community in the region, and people love it. So we are going to continue to work with them in the future. I just thought I'd let you know that. We own a golf course. We don't need to be in the business of owning a golf course. I love to golf, but we don't need to own a golf course. Right now, Harris manages it. They still have another option. They have an option to run it through 2029. Which I think they anticipate doing, but they want to work directly with us with a purchase. I have to go through the agreement. I think they do have a right of first refusal to do that. If we can't come to an agreement, I'm going to put it out to RFP. I plan on, if they want to do a purchase in 2026, we can't get it done, I'll get it out to RFP. Other than that, they will manage it to 2029, and then it's going out to RFP. That just takes something off our books that we don't have to think about. Because we own it, we had to put a new roof on the clubhouse, and then we had a PFAS it because it's a public well, so we had to put a $15,000 filtration system on that. So all we get out of that a year is like 25, 30 grand. It's not worth us to be in the business of golf. The last items here I already talked about is I'm doing complete due diligence of every lot we have because I want to get those out. If I can this fall is when I want to do that. If not, it'll be early 2027 to get going on the redeveloping the rest of the land that we can do. And our heaviest lift, I believe, is going to be the roads and the drainage. We own a lot of roads. That just takes time. There's no other way around it. We're just going to be as creative as possible, work with as many organizations as we can to get this work done. That's really it in a nutshell. I'm here for any other questions you might have.
Sure. What is your current JTIP? Can you speak to that and how many years out we're
Yeah, so
looking
the
at?
first thing I don't know how many you know, I used to run the tax incentive programs at DECD many moons ago. And I always get struggled when they had something called ETIF, which is Employment Tax Increment Financing. That used to be under the old Pine Tree Zone program. And then when I came here, they had the JTIF. And I'm like, why did we keep putting TIF at the end of anything? Because they're technically not TIF. So it's really this funny jargon thing I've always had. What we're going to do this year, first of all, we appreciate it. Representative Ankeles, again, thank you. He submitted a bill. We didn't get everything we asked for it, but the legislature did give us more, so we're grateful for that. I think in the first session, again, we may revisit that because I think we'll have more information. Remember I talked about that BRE program? We're going to get real-time data. The inherent problem with JTIF right now is that there's no requirement for any company to fill it out. It's volunteer. With Ashley on board now, we're going to meet with every business this year, and we're going to strongly encourage them because those dollars go right back into the operation or they go right back into the roads, right? Or the infrastructure that we need. One of the things that was hard for us that we did not get in the legislative session is that jobs created off campus did not make it through. And I think we can do a better job next first session at explaining we're after 21st century jobs. That's what attracted me to this position. In 21st century jobs, people don't all sit. I work with people now, they can have an office in Denver. I wouldn't support doing a JTIF for that. But the idea that you could have a home base right on campus, but if they're creating jobs in other areas of the state, especially rural areas of the state, we would like to be able to collect on that benefit because that's supporting some rural economies that can be difficult to redevelop. But I think we need to do a better job at explaining that to the legislature. So that's where we are with the JTIF. I will say this, we appreciate that we have it, and we appreciate the decision that the legislature this year made to give us more than we had. So.
Questions from committee members? Welcome. Yes.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you for being here.
Sure.
I'm curious about, and congratulations to 150 public-private entities working out of there now. That's impressive. I'm curious about the 40%. Where I understand being on the East Coast, logistics is always an issue. A lot of,
Which,
this first page of your 1 to 13.
back to that, so I had it in front of me.
You mentioned there's nearly 40% of these outside the state. Now, that could be huge in a way of employment if it's, is it mostly in the East Coast or a lot of it from the West Coast or other country?
Some of them were homegrown, and I know, Brian's here behind me. One of the things that's so important with MTI, early stage companies, we're just we're gonna continue to talk about having a feeder program with them. A lot of those were born, out of Tech Place. And there's a page in there that shows how many of those had graduated from Tech Place. But I think many of you know, early stage businesses tend to be a little more risky. By having an incubator there, and by working especially directly with an MTI, we can then bring in early stage businesses, sort of give them a little bubble to grow in until they're ready to then go out regionally and grow in other places. Also, some of the other industries we want to continue to work with, they want to move all of the aviation operations here in Augusta down there. We have a school, an engine, tech training school there. They want to continue to grow more education on campus. We have MAA presence there. We have Northeastern presence there. And I think it's incumbent upon me and the leaders of those organizations to align the education, especially with the needs of the companies we have here, and start running pilot programs. Because if they're working, we can then expand them and grow them regionally. So most of those were just companies that were coming in or they were growing from Maine, and some of them were startups. I don't have the history in all of them because a lot of them were just done and came long before I showed up.
Yep. Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for this report. I'm just interested in digging a little bit into some of the utility stuff, like you inherited, obviously, a whole bunch of infrastructure from the Navy, including, the wires for electricity and a water utility. I was just perusing and it looked like you signed an agreement with CMP recently to do, so you buy the electricity wholesale from CMP and then you do the distribution yourself? Or how does that work?
And to be quite frank, I'm still learning that. If anyone's been in the electric business, it's really complex when you're doing the wholesale agreements. And then you get broken up. We work with ISO New England, and then we have to follow their rules. And then you got the supply coming in, but we have to have a rate case. So we have to keep the cheapest electricity. It's really complex. So we have hired out a few people that work on our behalf that can certainly answer those questions more specifically to you. But what I would like to say is that we really want to be out of the electric business. And that we've already started very, very preliminary conversations with CMP to say, over time, if we get the upgrades we need, if the rates all match what you're doing, if it's metered the same as you, would you entertain at some point in the future looking at taking us over? It's too early. There's no commitment. We're just sort of having very early conversations. But in the meantime, because we are a utility, we have to jump through a lot of hoops right now. We have to do all the billing with very limited staff. We are not set up to be a utility. And so, quite frankly, if I wish I had a person that was running point for me, has a utility background, and he just retired. So we are learning that, and we have some experts that we've hired to help us work through that. I know it's probably not a detailed answer that you were looking for, but we are making sure that we are in compliance with anything we need, whether it's through CMP, whether it's through ISO New England, or any statutory compliance.
Have you spoke to any of the other like sort of municipal, because there are municipal electric utilities like that might provide some guidance and like more of a model? Have you reached out to any of those entities?
So the person that retired had actually done that. We didn't have any real big hits on it yet, but we are certainly open to that. But can I just answer the water utility? We work really closely with the Brunswick Thompson Water Utility. And actually, one of their employees works a day a week with us to match the software and collections program. And we're really on a good target to eventually move that over, let's say in the next 36 months. So I think we're in really good shape with them. It's much more complex in the utility world, so.
And from the town's perspective, what do they want? Like, so if or the water utility, I'm sorry. What are they looking for, from you?
Yeah, so they know.
Take it on.
Yeah, essentially getting on the base, on the campus now, first was important. We're able to do that with some investments, this year. They know the usage, they know the water usage, but part of the problem is the infrastructure below grade. Some of it still has to be upgraded. And something I learned that I didn't know, you know how they have the pieces out in the street that they can shut your water off and stuff? Some of them are righty-tighty, some of them are lefty-tighty, and ours are going the wrong way, so we have to replace them for that. So what they're really looking for with us is to make sure the software program and how we do the billing matches. And then we have to make sure that we have enough upgrades that they're not saddled with a lot of capital debt taking it over. They're very comfortable in the process that we're going right now. And little by little, we just keep making these upgrades. So I'm comfortable that we're on a good path with them, and they've been great to work with.
Okay. Chair Kier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for this comprehensive update, Mr. Stevenson. Specifically, the last time we talked with you guys, one of the bits of discussion that we had was really around the authority and its relationship with Brunswick, and at what point in time is it, become a moot point to have the authority? It becomes Brunswick, and all of this great stuff continues to happen in the way it is. There's an extension, obviously, in the legislation that was passed in terms of giving time for that. I would just like to hear from you. What is your current goal, your current milestone or vision about when that can happen, given the progress that you're making in moving some of these functions in that direction? And, while I also get the interest in getting credit for the remote workers,
Yep.
and I totally understand your rationale there. It's also, I would like to see us over time reducing the need for the state to subsidize. So how do you see that playing out?
Sure. I touched on it a little bit earlier, but I certainly that's okay. My crystal ball is a 10-year plan. And at the end of 10 years, we'll be an airport authority. And by the way, I talk regularly with town staff. And I've spoken at length with the town manager, Julie Henze, about this, in that I understand how long it takes to get deals done, certainly to grow. That's my area of expertise. When it comes to infrastructure, it's a heavier challenge. When you don't have taxing authority and you're just relying on grants and CDS, it's very hard, to raise the money. That's why it's so important to me to do the due diligence. So when we go looking at funding sources, we can just phase it and then partner with the town as we do this, because eventually they're going to take it over. I think that's our heaviest lift. I think we'll be able to sell the golf course. I think we'll get out of in 3 years water. Electricity is going to be a little more difficult for us, as we still have a learning curve there. I think just in my crystal ball, the 8 acres or so we have right now, I feel highly confident in 60 months I can have all those redeveloped. Just remember, on Superfund sites, everything goes slower, right? Now with PFAS and soils, right, it's even slower. But we continue to actually work with DEP and EPA. And one of the things I was thinking about is using us as education, because EPA is struggling with what is an acceptable level of PFAS in soils. Drinking water, it's 4 parts per trillion. And I know Maine's changing it, it's 20. They're going to be moving that down to 4 parts per trillion. But what happens if it's in soils? What are we doing in our own sewer systems? All around Maine. It's a big, in wells, and it's a really big issue everywhere. But I do think, and I'm comfortable with saying, you know what, if we're working regularly on this stuff and we kind of have a shiny light on us, especially after the release, we might as well use it as an opportunity for education. So in the meantime, as we sell property, some of it we have to keep in lease. So, anything on the airport, we're not allowed to sell. We can only lease. We plan on selling everything out. And the reason is we don't have We don't have the financial ability to build stuff and lease it anymore. And why would we? If we're looking at 10 or 12 years to then just be like an airport authority, I don't want to be in that business. Sell what we have, get some shots in the arm with money, be creative at finding other sources of revenue, i.e. what I shared with you earlier. In the meantime, by doing large events, by increasing our leasing slowly over time so we can operate, by trying to not keep running to the legislature for support, except for if it's under something really creative that we might need a little tweak in the statute or something, and get there. The idea to work myself out of a job in 10 years is actually not a bad thing, because it says the BRAC process was successful. And that's what it was designed to do. And nationally, this campus is really held out as a poster child of how it's supposed to be done. So I hope that answers your question.
Are there any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Always shifting here. I'll ask the members who've arrived to introduce themselves. Representative Callamore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Amanda Collimore. I represent House District 68, Pittsfield, Clinton, Burnham, and Troy. I apologize for being late. I had a doctor's appointment.
Representative?
Thank you, Chair. My name is Yusuf. I represent District 118, part of Portland. Also, sorry for being late. I have an emergency, family emergency.
Excellent. And Ms. Patton?
Yes.
So I think we had handed out to us. Does any member have objection to a motion that would state that we believe that the Midcoast Regional Redevelopment Authority has met the statutory requirements? Yep.
I don't have objection. I just would like to abstain because I didn't hear the beginning when they talked about the financial. That's fine. Thank you.
Are there any other comments? I entertain a motion. Well, that's a motion. Does anyone want to second it?
Second.
Moved and seconded. So this is a straw poll. Although, all those in favor? We'll include them in the letter having met the statutory requirements.
Great.
And now we will hear from Maine Technology Institute. I know these conversations are going beyond the statutory requirements, and I do appreciate the update from the site. So thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Welcome.
Thanks.
Do you have anything that you want to hand out, or you already sent it?
I believe you were going to get an updated rubric, and then also the documents that Brian provided will also be handed out.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Great. Senator Curry, Representative Gear, esteemed members of the committee. My name's Brian Whitney, and I'm the president of the Maine Technology Institute. Really pleased to be here this morning to talk about our quasi-independent entity report on procurement. So our report is similar to reports you've seen in previous years, and it's modeled after FAME's report, which past compositions of this committee have cited as a model for best practices for these reports. Tuesday evening, I transmitted copies of all our procurement policies to the committee, including our contributions policy, RFP policy, bid solicitation policy, and travel and meals policy. So I'm happy to address any questions that you may have about any of those. The procurements in the report are all made in support of and consistent with MTI's mission and purpose. They're procured in a competitive process or secured when highly specialized expertise and knowledge is needed. As a quick reminder, in Title V, Section 15302, MTI's purpose is described as encouraging, promoting, stimulating, and supporting R&D activity leading to the commercialization of new products and services. Other key components of our statutory mandate can be found in Title V, Section 15303, where it notes that, quote, "We shall ensure that a complementary system of support services, including incubators, business assistance, technology transfer, market research, and other services are available to entrepreneurs and companies." MTI uses sponsorships, what the quasi report would consider contributions, to foster this complementary system of support services and to support programs and infrastructure that encourage innovation. We work collaboratively with partners across Maine to support programs and initiatives designed to assist entrepreneurs and small businesses and to promote and celebrate Maine's culture of ingenuity and its vibrant startup community. The same section of statute also specifies that MTI offer a technical assistance program to offer assistance to Maine small businesses to help them draft and develop competitive grant proposals for federal R&D funding opportunities. Our technical assistance team members, which we refer to as our TAP team, are contractors with unique skills, knowledge, and training. Most were procured using a competitive process in previous years, but again, all possess very specialized skills and knowledge that's difficult to replicate despite our best efforts to build redundancy within the team. Our TAP team receives high praise from clients and helps them secure millions in federal R&D grants each year. In years past, when I've been in front of committee, there have been questions about the procurements for our e-residents. MTI created an e-resident program to provide our portfolio companies with direct access to experienced entrepreneurs who've taken big risks, founded companies, raised capital, and created jobs. One of the most powerful tools that startups and less experienced teams can take advantage of is access to a network of contacts and mentors who are seasoned entrepreneurs or C-suite executives. So we view our e-resident program as one of the most valuable means of ensuring successful company outcomes. Our e-residents provided more than 2,000 hours of mentorship and support to our companies last year, helping them to overcome challenges, things like sales, marketing, production, fundraising, etc. They also serve as board observers and mentors to foster greater outcomes for the companies, MTI, and our broader economy. Again, all possess unique and specialized skills, knowledge, training, and capacity. Several also played instrumental roles in MTI's administration and deployment of more than $80 million in Maine Job and Recovery Plan funding over the last several years. Their support and assistance was vital to me and the organization during that critical time of need for Maine businesses. So I hope that provides you some context and explanation of the procurements listed in the report. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have about them. You also have our annual report in front of you, the printed version. We shared the electronic version with you in mid-December, so hopefully you had a chance to look at that. Finally, I just want to note that Sarah Delmar, the founding director of the Maine Life Sciences Center, is available virtually. She's in the waiting room and is available to provide a brief update on our early progress and plans for the coming months for the center. I understand some members of the committee were interested in that type of an update. So again, happy to take any questions you might have.
Excellent. Representative Chair Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just a clarifying question, the procurement you referred to about the residents, which one is that in the list?
Yep. So there's 5 of them. So the very first individual, Ben Chesler, is an e-resident. Colleen McCracken on page 2 is an e-resident. Grace Chen is an e-resident. John Karp, again at the bottom of page 2, is an e-resident. And Matthew Hoffner leads our e-resident team.
I'm just a little confused. So there were individuals that were hired to fill those roles.
Exactly.
As opposed to, I was looking for a procurement on the list of procurements that were, but that's not where that would be. Is that
Right.
correct?
So these folks were hired outside of the state procurement process, which would have required us to go out to RFP. These were individuals. Grace Chen, for example, had started a company out in Silicon Valley. She ended up selling that company to Meta. She moved to the Mid-Coast during the pandemic and MTI was able to grab her and have her work with our clients, given her immense expertise.
So I don't think I understood the way I do now, and I appreciate this. The degree to which you're using consultants, I mean, they all fit the category of consultant, correct?
Yes,
Yeah.
essentially.
So you have your residents as well as your TAP members are
Exactly.
we will see as procurements, but they're part of your team in terms of a consultant cadre
Exactly.
that support the economic development, the business development mission.
Exactly. We hire them and then we deploy them to our companies for free to the companies.
Excellent. And is it the TAP, are the primary positions, the e-residents and the TAP, are there others? Are there other categories?
For consultants.
Yeah.
Legal.
Yeah.
We have an HR consultant, but I'm not
But
sure.
consultants that are primarily serving your businesses that you're partnered with?
Yes, the
those are the two
e-residents and the
programs.
TAP team. Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Are there other questions? Yeah. Representative Mellon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Whitney, for being here. Just a question for you about the Maine Technology Asset Fund 3.0 funded by the voter approved bond. I was looking through the grant awardees and I have not casting any aspersions on them. I'm very happy for them. But I was wondering if any concerns were raised during the process of the awardees being more infrastructure heavy as opposed to maybe more like innovation R&D, which I realize the infrastructure can support R&D, but I was wondering if any concerns were raised during that process and if you could speak to that a little bit.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And there were some questions raised from lawmakers when we were developing the program. Given that it's funded with bond proceeds, the funding has to be spent on infrastructure. So the Constitution requires bond funds to be spent on infrastructure. We've gotten some guidance from the Attorney General's office over the years on that as well, which is why we structure it the way we do. There's still got to be an innovation component, but given the source of the funding, the funds have to be used for infrastructure.
Other questions?
A related question to that, because I think that's been one of the things that I've certainly been discussing with constituents that's hard to share an understanding on, because I think people think R&D, they think you're doing research, you have scientists, you're researching something as opposed to purchasing a capital asset.
Yeah.
And so, I guess I would just ask for, since we're talking about this, your feedback on that, because I also understand that that's a very risk intensive and difficult process to run by any kind of state agency or quasi state agency, given that what you're evaluating all different kinds of science and technology, and there's a lot going on there. But I guess I would just ask you to say a few more words about that, specifically with regard to the companies that are making these investments, and then what that is designed to achieve at the end with the bond grants. Bond-funded grants.
Yeah, thank you, Representative. So yes, as I said, all of the companies that received funding and applied for funding, frankly, all have an innovation component to their work. They're all conducting R&D. This equipment is going to help them develop new products and new processes for their businesses, help them generate more revenue, become more profitable. This funding was also available to nonprofits. So we've placed money into 4 nonprofit organizations who are, doing research as well, whether it's Jackson Labs, the University of Maine, the Maine Aquaculture Innovation Center, and I should know the last one. But there were 4 awards that we made to those organizations. The last one was Mount Desert Island Biological. So again, the infrastructure is an important component in R&D. So getting the right kind of equipment to conduct the research and innovate is a critical part of the process. MTI's core funds. So we're grateful the legislature gives us
6.5 million a year. And that funding is used primarily for innovation, so R&D, the kind of things you were talking about. That's really the focus of that funding. And we are, beyond fortunate that the legislature, that you all helped pass this R&D bond so that we could really ramp up the impact of those investments. This money, this 25 million that we put to work, is generating 4,000 positions between new and retained positions. That 25 million needs to be matched with at least 1-to-1 in private sector investment. That 25 million generated over 700 million in private sector match. So the impacts are enormous with this funding. And we can have conversations in the future about whether, it makes more sense to make a general fund allocation for a program like this or bond funding, but that is one of the constraints of the bonds.
So kind of an open-ended question. In next November, we'll be electing a new governor, and they come to you and want advice for how to promote economic development in the state of Maine and innovation. What's the next chapter for Maine and innovate technology and innovation? What recommendations will you be having?
It's a great question. And we've already been having some of those conversations. So MTI is, and you heard Daniel talk about it, but a lot of the businesses that are sprouting on Brunswick Landing are the result of early investments from MTI, assisting them along the way. Tech Place, for example, was a recipient of MTI funding to create that incubator. MTI's funding has been involved in really the creation of all the incubators in the state of Maine. But we're constrained. So MTI, again, gets $6.5 million, but we've been getting $6.5 million for the last 20 years. And again, while we're incredibly grateful, $6.5 million in 2006 went a lot further than it does in 2026. So part of my conversations are to stress how impactful MTI is and the benefits of potentially investing more money in MTI in the future to continue to drive the kind of economic impact that we've been enjoying.
Excellent.
Yeah,
Thank you.
sure.
Are there any other questions? Chair Gear?
And a follow on from that question, which I think I appreciate your answer on that one as well. We've talked a lot on this committee about, that hurdle of scale of the, the $50 million to $100 million investment required, and the challenge that all of the entities that we work with in Maine face in helping companies get over that hurdle. Any parting, or not parting thoughts, but, timely thoughts on other things we might be doing to help companies address that challenge?
Yeah, that's a real challenge. MTI, with our funding is able to help businesses get going, but these capital intensive businesses need much more money than MTI can bring to bear. So I don't know, I know FAME's done some good work in the past looking at this issue, talking about a larger subordinated lending fund that might be able to put larger dollars to work. But I think trying to leverage some of the equity firms in Greater Boston, Boston's one of the 3 largest areas for, venture investment in startups nationally. And a lot of that money, most of that money doesn't know Maine exists. And so working to highlight the opportunities here in Maine and attract some more of that capital here, I think will be critical to helping to address that long term.
Okay. Thank you.
And I did want to remind you that Sarah is
Yes,
in
thank
the
you very
waiting room
much.
there if you want to hear.
Yes, I
anything
would
about
like to, Chair Gear, I believe you had a question that you.
It actually follows on from that point. And so really appreciate the efforts around the Life Sciences Incubator. what do we need to do to explore and attract some of that, those equity investors that are very nearby, as I always remind my friends in Massachusetts, we're not far away, to take a look at what we have to offer in the work going on here in Maine. So would appreciate hearing about that.
Yeah, it's a great question. We just lose her.
Oh, did we? Are you back?
There she is. You there, Sarah?
Welcome.
Sorry, I thought that was directed to you, Brian, and not to me. Excuse me. So I was just turning off my video so you have a clear, clear view.
That was specifically about the life sciences effort. So,
oh, in terms of how we can attract, more venture into the life sciences sector here in Maine.
How do we leverage all of your Cambridge relationships to get that money here?
Yeah, so I don't think that there is a one silver bullet on this. I think part of it is reputational and signaling. VCs tend to follow what is trending and what others are talking about. So part of this is sort of a marketing and raising the profile that there's activity happening here. Another piece is that these are, very tight networks of people. So having sort of our conduits into the Boston market here in Maine that can help to open those doors and make warm introductions and support companies as they make that transition is another element of this. And then, there's always a chicken and egg with companies getting funded. If you talk to a venture capitalist, they will tell you a good company will find the funding. If you talk to the companies, they will say that there's never enough funding. So there's always a question, is it the capital readiness of the startup, in which case the kinds of supports that we need to make Maine companies more successful at securing funding is making sure that we're getting our companies to be as competitive as possible in terms of when they're going to market for funding, how they're telling their story, and how they are accessing those markets. So I think that's another element of VC. And finally, I will say it is powerful if you're able to have venture capital that is located in or has a vested interest in the state itself. Yes, Boston is a huge market, but having venture that is located in Maine, that cares about Maine and has that local perspective also just helps to raise Maine's competitiveness. So often, the state will step into a space where we're, providing more of that bridge funding or access to try to incentivize the private sector to come in along, or you see the Maine seed credit tax program, these types of, structural initiatives that you can put into place that makes it easier and more attractive for private sector capital to come in.
And Ms. Upton, you were prepared to share a bit on the life science, your efforts particularly. Feel free to. I don't have a question, but what were you prepared to share,
Perfect.
or were you just ready for questions?
No, I am prepared to share. I just wanted to make sure you all were done with your questions for Brian. And if you are, then can everyone see
Yes,
my
we can.
screen?
We
Okay,
can.
perfect. So first of all, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here and to say a few words about the Maine Life Sciences Center. I'm just going to begin quickly with what the Maine Life Sciences Center is and why it exists. This initiative was established in the fall to be this coordinating economic development focused initiative that has a mandate specifically to grow the life sciences sector here in the state. I joined the initiative in late October as its founding director, and it is housed within MTI. One thing that sets this apart is that we are not trying to be another research or academic consortia. Our mandate is really job creation and positive economic impact, and trying to translate the research and assets that we have here in Maine to leverage and grow private investment and prosperity here in the state. So the center itself is meant to pull all of these pieces together to make sure that we're coordinating them as well as possible, focusing on low-hanging fruit, early results, what we can get done, and ultimately showing that there's a strong case for continued investment into the sector and strong return on that investment. Just to level set with everybody, I'd like to touch on what are the life sciences, because that can be a word that reminds people of their high school biology, and people start shutting down. At its simplest level, it's anything that touches on a living system. It's not just drug discovery and development. Human health obviously is the thing most people think of with life sciences, but it also touches environmental health and animal health. That's really important here in the context of Maine, because life sciences companies here are just as likely to be working on products that come out of our oceans and our forests than they are, working on a traditional drug development. So when you think about one of the interesting things about having a life sciences center here at MTI is that it actually cross-cuts across all 7 of MTI's sectors. So life sciences is not just biotechnology, it is, this whole umbrella that really cuts across all sectors and, some of the most important sectors here in Maine. Touching at a very high level, why are life sciences important here for the state? Big economic impact, very, very strong quality of jobs. There's a very strong wage multiplier here. Average wage is over $100,000, which, here in the context of Maine is a really important, quality of job. And it's already employing, over 10,000 employees, over 500 companies here in the state of Maine. So life sciences already exists here. This effort is about leveraging it, growing it faster, and getting more out of the great assets that are here. I will just throw up and touch on some of the anchors that we have. We have world-class institutions here in the state of Maine in life sciences. You all know JAX and IDEX. These are very, very top, highly competitive organizations and competitive assets that we can be leveraging here. We also have excellent academic anchors as well as entrepreneurship and other anchors there. I'm going to move quickly. I know you guys have a busy day. And then finally, here in the, life sciences has been growing organically here in the state of Maine, but we have a moment here with some serious growing traction, whether that's, the $150 million gift to Colby to really double down and grow their life sciences complex, or the new Rue campus that anybody who's in Southern Maine drives by on their way to and from work every day, or, not on here yet, Jax's latest gift of $30 million to build a virtual cardiac model to help diagnose and treat cancers. Maine has a number of key investments and traction that's growing out of our anchor institutions. So Life Sciences Center is meant to pull all of these pieces together. So we are designed to be the central hub that pulls all of these elements together to get more out of the sum of their parts. Leading states across the nation and around the world that have dominant life sciences industries have shown that this is a tried and true method to get more out of those industries and to position them for greatest competitive effect. Where we are in our journey and the path ahead for the center is we're really in startup mode. I'm 3 months in on the job here. And the things that we're going to be focused on in this startup period are really, I say, advance, convene, advocate. Advance meaning we have an opportunity and there's a need for a central strategic body that helps to drive forward priority investments for the sector. The Life Sciences Center is uniquely positioned to be able to provide that guidance in terms of where we can go and what assets we can leverage to best effect. We also have an opportunity to support the investments that the state has made to make sure that we get the most out of them, whether that's investing in shared lab space or investing in activities that build the blue biotech sector or the life sciences sector. We can be that connective tissue to make sure that all of those investments and activity is working in concert with one another and to greatest effect. And one more thing that I will say on that is, we have an opportunity to raise Maine's competitiveness. So an example of advancing here is, NSF came out with an opportunity for tech labs. This would be a, $5 to $50 million per year, multi-year award for successful organizations. The Life Sciences Center is able to pull together 11 leading organizations here in the state of Maine at the RFI stage to put the best minds around a table and say, how could Maine go after this? How might we be most competitive? And that's a kind of sort of convening work that, an organization like this can do. So that takes me to that second pillar. The strength of this early work is going to be in the power of the coalition that we build. So one of the foundational things that we've been focused on in this startup period is pulling together the advisory board for the work. We had over 100 applications for it. I've had so many meetings with all kinds of key stakeholders, really wonderful outpouring and interest in being involved in this. And there will be an advisory board, but there will also be working groups around priority initiatives of the center. So, we've really been leveraging the human capital, and there's been a really big focus in doing so on making sure that industry and investors have a leading voice at the table to help us set our strategic priorities and drive forward this work. And then on the advocacy side, some of you may have heard me say this. We come from the New England School of Marketing, where we do what we do really well, and we don't tell anyone about it. And we have an opportunity to really get our message out there in a more serious way, make sure that we understand what is here and that we are promoting it to the best effect. And, an example of that, I think, is, Brian touched on the MTAF program a minute ago. A full 43% of MTAF applicants were either in life sciences or had a life sciences adjacency to the work that they're doing. That is a huge testament to just how important life sciences is in terms of the kinds of leading industries that are growing here in the state. We also were only able to fund 20% of the applicants that we got for that. So as we, the state, think about meeting our goal of bringing our R&D expenditure up to the national average by 2030, this is a huge tool. The deals are here, but we're also, there are 80% of projects that we weren't able to support through that process. So the traction's here, the opportunities are here, and we know, as Brian said, for every $1 of MTAF, $29 of private sector co-investment on that these mechanisms are not just good for the state, but also really helping our companies to tackle some of the biggest problems that affect, our health and our environment. So anyway, we're at the beginning of this work. We're building the foundation for this. When we look at examples of these kinds of life sciences centers in states like Massachusetts and Rhode Island, we are not yet an investment vehicle in the way that they are, where they themselves have many millions of dollars in the bank and are making direct investments in infrastructure or startup capital and things like that. We're a step before that. But my hope as we embark in this work is to show how much we can get done in the startup mode, and over time to slowly move this work to a place where we can have a bigger and bigger impact and direct investment into the sector here in Maine. So I will pause there and open it up for any questions.
Great. Thank you very much. I appreciate the update and the early status report. So of the initiative. Are there questions from committee members? Yep, Representative Eder.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. In terms of return on investment for the taxpayers of the state of Maine, I'm wondering, since you last appeared before this, what are your metrics for success, and what are some of the notable deliverables that we've seen since you last appeared before the committee?
Sure. So by our statute, we're required to measure things like jobs created, revenues generated, tax, money that's raised from the companies that we invest in, things like that. The most significant return since the last time I was here is the MTAP program. And as Sarah said, the 29-to-1 return on the state's investment with the over 700 million that's being invested by the private sector. Another thing that we did, which I'm sure you probably saw, was we do an economic impact survey every year, and some of the results appear on pages 14 and 15. And one that I'd really like to point out is we asked an open-ended question to all of the recipients of MTI funding, what the impact was of our funding. And then we plugged all of those open-ended responses into ChatGPT and asked it to summarize them in 100 words or less. And what we learned was MTI awards empowered businesses to scale, innovate, and expand into new markets by funding development, product launches, team hiring, and enhanced operational efficiency. Recipients reported increased revenue, stronger market positioning, technology advancements, key hires, successful commercialization, and sustainable growth. Many cited improved partnerships, strategic pivots, and expanded customer reach as direct outcomes of MTI support, leading to measurable impacts across industries in Maine. So, I mean, that's something I'd like to put on the back of our business cards, because I think it tells a really good story about our impact. There was another one as well that talked about some of the challenges that the businesses face, and there's no surprises there. Representative Eder, key challenges by businesses in our portfolio are securing capital for growth, as Representative Geer pointed out. Once you get to a certain point, raising that capital is challenging. Hiring technical talent, another key challenge, and scaling teams with limited resources. So I'm sure you've heard that from countless speakers who come before you, that those are the key challenges facing Maine companies. But anyways, the impact survey, I thought told a good story about MTI's impact.
So, follow up?
Thank you. Appreciate that. And just in terms of, say, you mentioned one of the metrics being job creation. Is there anywhere you can point to in here about how many jobs were created out of the program?
Yeah, so a little tougher to measure for us with, when we're making, in some cases, $30,000 awards, tougher to tie that to direct job creation. The R&D bond, much easier. Again, to tie larger investments to job creation. And with that one, we're looking at 4,000 jobs either retained or created. And I think the created number was 1,200 something. So that gives you a little flavor for the job creation numbers. No. Yeah, 1,233 new.
Great. Representative Eder.
And just one more detail on that. Do these tend to be short-term jobs, or are these long-term jobs? Do you measure that? Are they short contracts, for example, or?
Yeah, that's a great question. So most of them long-term jobs. There are some contract jobs because these are infrastructure projects, and some of them are construction projects. So there are some shorter term, but I think by and large, the vast majority are longer term positions. Yeah.
Representative Youssef.
Thank you, Chair. Can you speak to how accessible the programs are, including the rural areas in Maine?
Accessible,
including the rural areas?
Oh, yeah.
Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah, good question. So we're a statewide organization. We do our level best through marketing and other promotion to get the word out about our services. But for example, with the R&D bond that we just administered, we had a couple of counties where we didn't see any applications from them or one application. I think Washington County, we received one. I think Aroostook County, we received one. So more improvement needs to be done there to get the word out about MTI. We've been around 25 years, but we're still a pretty well-kept secret, unfortunately. But all of our programs, we've also done quite a bit as well to try to reach a more diverse clientele. So we've used our sponsorship program to try to get into more rural areas as well as into more ethnically diverse areas as well. So, and we've had some success there. I think our portfolio is a lot more diverse than it used to be. But there's still plenty of work to be done there.
Thank you. Any other questions? I want to thank both Ms. Upton and Mr. Whitney for coming before us and taking this opportunity of this policy review to give us an update on what the excitement that's happening at MTI.
Well,
Thank
thanks
you very much. Really appreciate your morning.
Thank you.
Are there members, are there any members that are, have questions or is anyone opposed to a statement, us issuing a statement that we believe that the MTI has met all the statutory requirements for before us today for review? Is anyone opposed to that? Okay, I'll make that a motion and a second. All those in favor? Okay, we'll include that in the letter. Excellent. Housekeeping, looking at the clock, we've been being very thorough. We've gotten a lot of good information. We have 2 more reviews, one of which the organization is not here. One is on Zoom. We also have 2 work sessions. We're going to go up to, I'm going to try to do a fairly hard stop around 12:45. 12:45 so that members can have a break for lunch. So that most likely will put us back coming back, well, it will put us back coming back for work sessions wherever we stop after the AFA presentation. Will be coming back for work session. So I want to say that to everyone here. I don't know how far we'll get. We might be able to get into the bill analysis for the first bill, but we'll see how fast these next 2 reviews go. So go ahead. And so next on our list is the organization that's not present, and
Correct.
that is
The Small Enterprise Growth Board. So the committee has a 2 options here. In your packet that has the table of contents on the front, page 50 through 52 are the materials submitted by the entity. I was told that I was going to receive their policies prior to today. I have not, however. So the 2 options before the committee are, I am happy to read through the materials that they presented and pass along any questions to their representative following today's meeting, or alternatively, seeing that the representative isn't here and that we don't have the policies, you could push it to reschedule. I will note that the policies in the materials provided by the Small Enterprise Growth Board indicated that the policies have not changed since the last time the quasi-independent entity review was done. And the IDEA Committee and the 131st Second indicated that the policies were okay. So I did just want to put that out there.
Representative Cullimore.
I do have to say, I don't know their reason for not being here. Did they provide a reason?
I believe it was scheduling conflicts.
Scheduling conflicts. I'm a little disappointed. Actually, I'm more than a little disappointed that for something of this nature, we don't at least have what we need in order to do this. And I kind of want to send them a message saying, you're not meeting your expectations because you didn't even provide us with what we were supposed to have. And give them an opportunity to provide it to us by X date. And then otherwise the letter goes in that they're not meeting their it's kind of rude really to us and to Sophie and to at least, if they can't be here, to provide us with the materials we're required to have.
Happy to request the rescheduling on that and not have them included in the letter. Is that the will of the committee? All right. We'll move on to our last, the Washington County Development Authority.
Yep, and
Thank
you'll be getting your last rubric now. And I should note that you have Renee Gray on Zoom, who represents the Development Authority.
Excellent. And so our materials are in
In the
large
packet, yes, pages 53 through 55. It's the last couple pages of the packet.
Excellent. And welcome, Ms. Gray.
Good
And
afternoon.
yeah, thank you for staying with us
Of
throughout
course.
this morning. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Last year I was there in person. Today, I'm happy to be able to join in with you folks. I serve as the board chair for the Washington County Development Authority. I believe you have the annual report in front of you that we prepared with our wonderful friends at Sunrise County Economic Council, who helps us and serves as our fiscal agent. I'm also the Washington County manager, so dual roles here today.
Excellent.
We are a very, very small authority. We run by volunteers, and we had 5 members, but we currently have 4 that are active. And so a lot of them have been through this whole project since its beginning. But we've had a lot of activity this year, and that is we finished up a brownfield program with the recreation building, and that was pretty significant. We were caught between a rock and a hard spot with funding. We didn't have enough funding to tear it down, and we didn't have enough funding to fix it completely. So we've met them in the middle road and hired and remediated what we could. And one of the most exciting opportunities is that the WCDA has entered into a lease agreement for now with a developer named Dana Morton. He's cited somewhere in this report.
May I interrupt for just a moment? I know there are members that are haven't heard from you in the past. And so can you remind committee members the property or the scope
Sure.
of your efforts?
Absolutely. The
Thank you.
Washington County Development Authority was a recipient of the former Naval telecommunications base in Cutler, which is far east Washington County.
Yeah. Excellent. And how many buildings are on the Cutler property, or how large is the property?
We oversee 5 buildings. That is, well, it says it's on 20 acres. And so,
Okay.
yeah.
Great.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Of course.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, no problem. We procured engineering service with CV and Mahar to help oversee that Brownsfield project on the recreation building. And since we've also continued, there's another building that the authority has retained, which is called the administration building, which we're going through a phase 1 and phase 2 brownfield assessment through SCEC. So the goal is to, we've leased 14 acres of land and 4 buildings to Dana Morton, who is overseeing the current tenant leases there. And he has made significant improvements on the buildings, getting them ready for space that he can utilize by rents or whatever. There's been a lot of vandalism over the years. There is no local police department in that area. So it's at the will of the sheriff's department and state police, but having this lease, Dana Morton has brought electricity into some of the buildings. He has Wi-Fi and security cameras, and he's able to monitor it a lot better now. So that's been an improvement for that area, especially the former housing, which is another entity. The naval base housing is behind these buildings, and those tenants, I'm sure, are much more are happier that the buildings are occupied and are under surveillance. So that's an improvement as well. Other than that, our authority meets regularly. We try to meet once a month, sometimes more if there's action that needs to happen on the with the EPA and wrapping up the Brownfields grant. And so that's kind of about it. Again, we're all volunteers. We have no paid staff, so short and sweet. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Is there anything you need from us?
I don't believe so.
Okay. All right. Does this model work? Does this model work for achieving the goal of the redevelopment?
I believe so, because these buildings were going nowhere. The authority, the members over the years have just dropped off. It's not easy to get on this authority, and that is one of the recommendations I see in the a request is to respectfully request that the governor appoint additional trustees to the WCDA.
Okay.
So I believe SCEC is compiling a list. And we would, the administration building, if the hope is that we can get enough funding to remediate all its hazards, and then most likely the current developer will take that building and put his own funding into it, probably for housing.
Okay.
But that we have to get them cleaned up first. We have to have enough funding because we have no funding source. So.
Right.
Yeah, that would be, there are a lot of other complications, like the sewer system is not on these properties. It's with the housing down behind. And so there's it's very unique, and it has its own complications, as they all do, I'm sure.
Thank you.
These buildings sat for over 20 years and they just got more and more dilapidated. There was no hope. But so what do? You got to think outside the box and invite people in. So.
Excellent. I don't see any questions, so thank you very much. I appreciate your participation via Zoom.
Thank you. Thanks
Yeah,
for
thank you. I'm glad you didn't drive for it. So, thank you. Are there is there any member of the committee that disagrees with including them in the letter saying that they've met all statutory requirements? All right, all those in favor of that? Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. That wraps up our GEA quasi reviews. So, and we do have some time. We are going to pick up LD 2211. That's first on our list. And
All right, so coming around to you is a packet, well, various packets all put together. I will go over the documents that you're receiving. The top blue one is the bill analysis as usual. The next document in that stack should be an annotated copy of LD 2211. As you'll see in that packet, there is quite a bit of highlighting and my notes, and I will go walk the committee through that and explain the highlighting and notes as we go through the bill analysis. And then the next packet is the Attorney General's, the Automotive Right to Repair Working Group's proposed amendments. This was pulled from the report that they provided the committee last year. And I thought it would be helpful for you all to have in front of you, as there was a couple of questions raised at the public hearing about additional language that made it into the bill as printed. So I provided a copy there. And you will see that there is some highlighting on that document as well. And again, I will walk you through what that means throughout the bill analysis. And then the final piece of paper, which is green, is a copy of the definition section for section 1801. And then on the back side of that is the section 1810, which is the right to repair. And that is the law as it currently exists in statute. And I thought that might be helpful for you all to have on hand. So to begin, this is LD 2211, an act implementing the recommendations of the Automotive Right to Repair Working Group. This is a governor's bill presented by Senator Curry. The bill amends the Automotive Right to Repair law to implement the recommendations of the Automotive Right to Repair Working Group established pursuant to Resolve 2023, Chapter 171. The bill repeals the provision that established an independent entity and instead establishes the Motor Vehicle Right to Repair Commission, which is charged with, among other things, monitoring and assessing implementation of and motor vehicle manufacturers' compliance with the requirements of the Automotive Right to Repair law. The bill corrects a provision in current law that applies only to motor vehicles with a model year of 2002 by clarifying that the provision applies to the motor vehicles with a model year of 2002 or later. The bill replaces a phrase used in current law, authorized independent repair shop, with the phrase owner authorized independent repair facility, meaning an independent repair facility that has been authorized by a motor vehicle owner to receive or access diagnostic and repair information or other mechanical data pertaining to the owner's vehicle in order to repair it. The bill establishes a new deadline of September 1, 2027 for motor vehicle manufacturers to comply with the requirements that vehicles sold in the state must be equipped with interoperable and standardized owner authorization access platform. The bill makes changes to the provision in current law governing enforcement by removing language that requires the Attorney General to bring any action or proceeding necessary to enforce the law upon notice from the independent entity that the right to repair law may have been violated, and replaces it with language that allows but doesn't require the Attorney General to bring an action when the Attorney General receives a referral from the Motor Vehicle Right to Repair Commission or otherwise has reason to believe that the right to repair law has been violated. It also provides that the Attorney General may seek injunctive relief and civil penalty of not more than $10,000 per violation. The bill clarifies that in cases when the law requires motor vehicle manufacturers to share data and access to data with motor vehicle owners and owner-authorized independent repair facilities, those manufacturers are required to provide the same data or provide access to the same extent as provided to the manufacturer's authorized repair shops. The public hearing was February 17th, 2026. Moving down to information, at the public hearing, there was a question regarding the origin of the definition owner-authorized independent repair facility. Assistant Attorney General Taub indicated that he would follow up on this. However, it may be helpful for the committee to know that the term owner-authorized independent repair facility was included in the working group's recommended legislation that was submitted last year. There was just no definition provided at the time. Moving down to considerations, amendment requests raised in testimony. The first one is provide an exclusion for commercial and heavy-duty vehicles. Testimony referenced the exclusion that was provided in LD 1228 from last session. I've provided that language below. In the italics there is a drafting note that the exclusion for commercial and heavy-duty vehicle has been done in previous committee amendments by providing a definition for motor vehicle that includes an exclusion for commercial and heavy-duty vehicles. And that is the language below. So as you see, it provides a definition for motor vehicle and then says that the motor vehicle does not include, and there's a list there. The other one that was raised in testimony was enhanced language of the bill to address and prioritize cybersecurity and privacy concerns. Testimony specifically cited subparagraph 4 on page 2, specifically lines 21 through 24 of the bill. Moving to drafting considerations. Throughout the public hearing, there were questions regarding the inclusion of language that was not included in the working group's recommendations. This is when the annotated copy, it says annotated at the top, comes into play. So I went through and I compared the bill itself to the working group's language, which is also provided to you all, and it has the red ink. Any highlighting on the annotated copy of the bill that is in orange is new and was not in the working group's recommendations. As you will see on the Section 2 of the bill, motor vehicle, it's highlighted and circled. That appears throughout the bill. I believe that was just a drafting technical change to clarify that the manufacturers are motor vehicle manufacturers, because without it, it just read authorization by the manufacturer. So it's just a technical change that I think Ross added. I can go through this annotated copy, each of the additional language, or I can continue to go through the bill analysis and we can revisit the annotated copy, whichever you prefer.
If you keep going through the bill analysis.
Moving to bullet point B here of under drafting considerations, LD 2211 provides a definition for owner authorized independent repair facilities and uses it to replace authorized independent repair shops in some sections of 1810. The definition of owner authorized independent repair facilities does not state what an independent repair facility is. The definition only provides that an owner authorized independent repair facility is an independent repair facility that has been authorized by the owner to access the data. The committee may want to consider providing that clarification, as the bill also references manufactured authorized repair shops. And I did highlight in the annotated copy in green highlighting all the places that you have independent repair facility. To take a step back, the bill now has independent repair facilities, owner authorized independent repair facilities, and then in some places it still has authorized repair shops. In some of the instances, I think the context in which these terms are used, it's clear that specifically if we look at page 3 of the annotated copy of the bill, that first paragraph, looking at line 4, it reads, functional repair and wireless capabilities that the motor vehicle manufacturer makes available to its authorized repair shops. In my reading of that, I think that's clear enough that one could reason that the authorized repair shop is the authorized repair shop of the manufacturer. So the bigger drafting consideration I think the committee should address is that there's independent repair facilities and then owner authorized independent repair facilities, but there's not a clear distinction what that is other than it's owner authorized, but we still have no definition of what an independent repair facility is. So there's kind of a couple of definitions at play, and there's no clear targeted explanation of what those are and the distinction between them. Moving to back to the bill analysis under drafting considerations, paragraph B, and then the little sub 2 here. I just went over this with you, that there are sections in the bill that retain the term independent repair facility, and that's in green highlighting. For consistent purposes, the committee may want to consider whether those sections should be amended to reflect the new definition. And then bullet point C here, section 9 of the bill amends the subheader by changing required.
1 second.
Yeah.
Section 9.
Yeah, section 9 of the bill, which is page 4 of the annotated copy.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right.
Amends the subheader by changing required equipment to owner authorization access platform. I believe this change was made to reflect the language that was provided by the working group. And I provided that language below, and I highlighted and bolded because, as you'll recall, there was that incident where the highlighting didn't show up on my bill analysis. So the language is required to equip vehicles sold in the state with an interoperable and standardized owner authorization access platform across all of the motor vehicle manufacturers' makes and models. Moving to the back page of the bill analysis. As presently drafted, it is unclear what an interoperable and standardized owner authorization access platform is. The committee may want to seek input from members of the working group to clarify. Last point here is the fiscal information has not yet been determined.
Questions for the committee analyst? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just trying to make sure that the point that you were talking about with regard to the definition of the authorized repair facility and its various. So to me, there's 2 dimensions here. One is it a facility that's part of the dealer network authorized by the manufacturer to do work?
Correct.
Is there anywhere else in statute that talks about that relationship of you have a contract of some kind between the OEM and the facility?
Not to my knowledge. I do believe that perhaps there are someone in the room who knows a little more about if that exists. I do think in previous iterations of legislation that has come before this committee and come out of this committee, there have been definitions that have made it clearer what the difference is between authorized repair and independent repair facilities. And I think as presently drafted, we know what if we're looking at the definition provided in section 3 of the bill on page 1, we know what an owner authorized independent repair facility is, which is it is an independent repair facility that has been authorized by a motor vehicle owner to receive or access diagnostic and repair information or other mechanical data pertaining to the owner's motor vehicle for the purposes of diagnosing or repairing the motor vehicle. The question that I raised, and the reason it's included in my bill analysis, is that definition provides what owner authorized mean, but it doesn't answer the question of what an independent repair facility is. And that might be something the committee may want to consider clarifying, especially considered that throughout the bill, we have independent repair facilities, authorized repair facilities, and then we also have owner authorized independent repair facilities. This could be one possible consideration path forward is to weigh if all uses of independent repair facilities throughout the bill should be updated to just be owner authorized independent repair facilities. So that way it's at least consistent throughout the section. Something to consider. But again, that doesn't address the underlying question of what is an independent repair facility.
And I always try to get the dimension straight because we've got the sort of the status of the relationship between the repair facility and the manufacturer. And then we've got the lack of status. So if you're independent, you don't have that relationship
Correct.
with the OEM.
Yeah.
And then you have, in either of those cases, some implied or actual permission by the owner of the vehicle to say, go fix my car.
Correct.
And there are obligations and consumer protections that go along with that in either case, I would assume.
Yeah.
So those are the three things that in my mind, that we're trying to get at, which is first define the independent repair facility in contrast to the dealer authorized OEM facility. And then say, how do you capture the act of the owner of the vehicle giving permission to either of those? Would that be the correct way to describe what we're facing?
Yes, I do think so, yeah.
Representative Cullimore.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Wouldn't we have another level of issue here too, where you have, like Jack Quirk was on the working group? Quirk they have one dealership, and I know this because I buy my vehicle, my most recent vehicle was from this dealership, is authorized by Hyundai to do repairs, but they also could potentially be considered independent because I can bring my GMC there and also have it repaired. So there's that clarity that's needed too. Is that another level?
I do recall that from public hearing testimony that was raised, that there is, you can be authorized for one brand of car, but you can also, as you said, service another, and then therefore you would not be the original manufacturer dealer repair. So yes, I do recall that from testimony as well. Yeah.
Representative Lookner.
Yeah, just I'm failing to see where repair could take place on a vehicle that isn't owner authorized. What's an instance of that? When would a repair take place that isn't owner authorized?
I am not sure of that. I think, and I'm sure Mr. Garrity probably has more information on this, but I do believe that to conduct work on a vehicle, there are a number of disclosures and contracts that need to be, that you enter into an agreement with the whoever is doing the repair to make the yeah. So I am unsure of the instance in which someone would be making a repair on the owner's car that the owner did not provide permission.
Representative Lookner, my sense on the use of the phrase owner authorized is to get at it's authorized to send data to that group, to that entity. And so because it also deals with maintenance, that could be monitoring of maintenance, your oil light came on and they can get that information and send you a ping that the owner authorized is trying to make clear that you wanted that to happen. You want them to get your data and then send you, and then be able to engage with you on that. I think that's my sense of why owner authorized language is being emphasized, that it's not just kind of random.
That makes sense. And I guess my question, and I'm assuming there are no stupid questions, maybe it's a stupid one. Why wouldn't we just standardize it across the entire bill to capture everything in that one definition?
I think that's what our analyst is bringing forward, is to define what is. Yes. So we got owner authorized defined. We didn't get independent repair. And the question is, does an
Correct.
independent repair facility, is that obvious or does it need a definition? So are there more questions for our analyst? We are awfully close to my set time for taking a break. And what I would hope is during this, that we would take a break. We'll go to use that time for any caucusing as much as possible, and lunch, and then go to AFA, and we'll reconvene here after AFA and keep going. So, all right. No further questions on this? We'll be at break. So. Can we do a quick caucus?
Yeah, that probably makes sense.
We do a quick caucus. Great, thank you. Thank you.